You want to do live stream now?
Started now.
The recording is started.
Yeah, recording is going on. Pause it for a minute.
Yeah.
Better to keep a buffer of 5 minutes always, otherwise streaming or recording something goes wrong.
Okay. Okay. So your office has the hollow block behind.
Yes.
So is there a hollow block behind?
Yes. Yes.
Oh. Acha, acha. That's interesting.
And the lights.
Okay.
There's a place.
Okay.
Hemang, just help Vaibhav actually. In the meanwhile, I'm sorting out my things. Just help
Okay.
Vaibhav. He's telling Vaibhav to join.
Good morning, Prashant. How are you?
I am fine, sir. How are you?
Long time. Congratulations on your bamboo treatment plant and the bamboo system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When is the Dawat?
Wish you many happy Diwali to all of you.
Yes, thank you. Wish you the same.
Thank you so much. Wish you the same.
Season's greetings to all. प्रशांत आपकी ग्रुप में डाल देना एक बार.
हाँ डाल दिया मैंने. 1 minute. Webinar start. Yes, डाल दिया.
Super.
Hello. Ragna, the link which you have sent, I have been to feed for registration, but somehow the email is not coming up after registration.
Don't worry. I've disabled that yesterday itself.
Oh, but it's still coming. I think that may be the problem everybody's facing. Because I registered before entering here.
Okay, try. Now I can see people coming in. Oh, Neelam ma'am, just enable only the sharing of the PDF. You have shared the whole desktop.
I mean, you can download this PDF and just showcase the PDF.
Yeah.
You won't be able to do slideshow for this.
No, I know. So actually, the file is big and I'm not able to transport from here. So I'm given the PDF to my office. So they will be sharing it.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Oh.
Hemang, we have 11 participants. So people are joining.
Yeah, I'm just helping out Vaibhav to get it.
Yeah.
Hello, Prashant.
Hello, ma'am.
So,
Hello. Can you hear me, ma'am?
yes. Welcome to the webinar.
Thank you. I wish you many happy Diwali to you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
same to you. Same to you.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Morning, Jason, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir.
Pleasure. You're on the dot. Interesting.
They just so I think. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Long time, sir. Today we are also have started our workshop on bamboo product design
Oh,
with
good.
Rajiv.
He's
Raj
there.
site.
Yes.
Yes, sir. He's at the site.
No.
Just went to the site and.
Good. The rains have stopped now. What is the main subject today? Can't hear.
Rethinking bamboo through design and
Okay.
architecture separately, design separately, and civil engineering we were doing. So this is the fourth one in the series on architecture, and 10th one,
Okay.
which we are doing with Council of Architecture, TRC, COA TRC, together with them. So.
Yeah, got it. Hey, Vaibhav, Pal is here.
Yeah, I think now. Yeah, hello, Vaibhav. You're on mute. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I put it on unmute? Can I put it on mute?
Up to you.
Yeah. For now.
Okay. Are we good to start?
Neelam is going to present first, no?
Yes, yes. Nilam ma'am.
Okay, good. I'll just put together
So
some people.
we have a 45-minute session,
Okay, good.
and thereafter you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody from Bamboo Society of India. A wonderful, good, and auspicious morning to all. Traditionally, we greet as Suprabhat. Bamboo is now quite known for its usage and picking up as building material widely. The good quality of bamboo allows building as up huge scale structures too. It is known that bamboo has good tensile strength and has great potential to used as a structure. So here we'll come to know about how architects and designers have explored themselves into, getting them into architecture with bamboo. So in Hindi, आप कहीं पे भी उगा लो, उग जाएगा. So that's how bamboo is. So it's said that bamboo is grown in any type of soil. Green, light green, brown, gray, lemon yellow are the colors that fascinates us while representing the image of bamboo. हम इस घास से बहुत कुछ बना सकते हैं. सिर्फ सोचो और इस कलाकृति में भाग लो. समझो जीवन बदल जाएगा. देखने का नजरिया बदल जाएगा. Welcome all to the wonderful and energetic webinar on rethinking bamboo in culture through design, architecture design. A webinar organized by Bamboo Society of India in association with Council of Architecture. To introduce myself, I'm architect and urban designer Himang Mistry and member of Working Committee of Architecture Design, Civil Engineering of Bamboo Society of India. So, to introduce the session, I would like to ask Neelam ma'am, before she starts with her webinar, about Bamboo Society of India and how architecture design, civil engineering works, as a council.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome on this, I think, eve of Diwali. And thank you for all for in the season of the festivities you have joined here. We thank you all for taking out time and joining the webinar. What we are trying to do from Bamboo Society of India is trying to promote bamboo in different sectors. We are a advocacy group of over around approximately now 2,000 people across India and the world, some more countries. And we are trying to promote this very humble material. More than, I think, 33 years, 34 years, the society has been there, and there are a lot of pioneers. And if you see, most of the people, most of the scientists, most of the technical people, and also artisans, artists are part of Bamboo Society of India. It's a really gathering of all people who have some or the other relation with bamboo in any form, especially in our country. And so Bamboo Society of India has made certain working groups to streamline our reach in different sectors, subsectors of bamboo, I would rather say. So today we are, and that is like architecture, design, and civil engineering is one. Then on the marketing and product, and also in industrial development is another one. Plantation is another one. So like that, there are some 5 different working groups have been made. And this particular session today, we are doing it through the architecture, design, and civil engineering working group. And from January onwards, we started, and this is our 10th webinar that we are doing. And every, we are doing in the sequence of architecture and design and civil engineering. And so this is now today we are working on rethinking bamboo in culture through design, and architecture is the concern that we are concerning today here. And why this rethinking about bamboo? Because we have been seeing bamboo from from time immemorial in our culture and in our this thing, but in between there was a big gap, and due to our colonization of our country, where we were told that our culture is not good enough, and that's where bamboo also, with all other things of our very important to our culture, was sort of looked down upon, and bamboo, which was something like a kalpavriksha earlier, was called the poor man's timber. And so if you had a building which was made, even it had the same technology, but if it is made with bamboo, it has to be made with bamboo for the poor, and to be made with Burma teak, it has to be for the the governor's house, or the viceroy's house was made. Same technique, same technology, but this was the kind of difference that was specifically put into our minds, that what we do is not right and what is being taught. So that's where bamboo also suffered. And that's why this rethinking word that has come, that we really need to rethink, because if you really want to mainstream bamboo, and why bamboo, that all will come, I think slightly we will be touching it again. Though it has been through the webinars, we have been talking about it, we'll be briefly touching in on that. And this is sustainable and it is resource efficient, and that's why we are thinking, and all the scientists are thinking, that we should be, if you use this, we will be able to save our other trees, which are like long life cycle is there. Bamboo has a smaller life cycle, not life cycle, I'll say resource cycle, in which we are able to harvest bamboo, and we need to harvest bamboo to have a healthy bamboo clump. Whereas in the trees, if you chop the trees once, after that again it has to be it has to be planted, and it has to be there for 20-30 years, where you can get mature wood out of that. So that's where bamboo comes as a resource efficient material, and that's why it is sustainable, because natural resources are dwindling on this earth, and that is where. So when we want to, if you want to put that into your lifestyle culture, that's what we call as a culture of the place, how people eat, how people live, how people use their things in a daily life. And so if we are able to somehow rekindle that interest in bamboo through design capacities, it would be easier for us to promote bamboo in the different sectors. And that's why this theme was taken out by Bamboo Society of India Working Committee on this architecture and building design and others. And last year we had done a whole competition on it. We had a lot of entries, on 126 entries from all over the country in 3 different sections. And then we continued with the theme, because it was a very successful kind of a competition. And then we continued with the theme that we'll do architecture and product design, and again then civil engineering, and that's how things, structures and things will go. So today, so I once again welcome. So today we have it on architecture. So I welcome you all once again, and I pass it over again to Hemant to take the program further.
Thank you, madam, for a detailed introduction of how architecture, design, civil engineering department works for Bamboo Society of India, and to educate how bamboo can work beautifully as a material in the fraternity. So today we have 2 speakers, architect Neelam Manjunath and Vaibhav Kale. So both are very experienced in terms of working with bamboo in different ways. So here I would like to introduce our first speaker, architect Neelam Manjunath. A Bangalore-based architect, distinguishably known for the use of low energy material and technologies, with a special emphasis on bamboo in her numerous reputed projects in India and abroad. Her buildings are an epitome of simple and direct solutions to problems concerning the general function of the building, accompanying sympathy towards the immediate environment in terms of climate, statement of the building forms, local and green building materials, etc. Architect Neelam Manjunath, President of Working Committee of Architecture, Design, Civil Engineering, and Bamboo Society of India, So I would like to hand over the session to Neelam ma'am, to carry on, how she works with bamboo and educate us with her experience. And with that, she has recently published a book, and I think she will be also talking on the same. Over to you, Neelam ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Hemant. Yeah, Tejas, please. Is this so? Just a moment.
Ma'am, audio is muted.
I think she's doing some settings. Neela ma'am, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. So there was the wrong presentation shared. That's why I said. So this is the name of my book as well. Let's build with bamboo. So this presentation, I will be talking very briefly in this one and talking about the book little more at the end of the presentation. Yeah, Tejas, you can just go ahead. Go ahead, and this is a question that everyone. And this is one I think most of us know in the bamboo sector, we know, but the architecture sector, then for the buildings actually are the biggest polluters. And as part of green buildings, we are doing very less, 5.7%. And that's why probably we need to have much more different kinds of materials. Next. You can keep going on. These are very, and the housing, this is another very big problems that we are supposed to be addressing as housing. And our Prime Minister has had told by 2022, we will have, house for all. Unfortunately, that house for all has more us talking about pakka structures, which is like and pakka structures always talk about the concrete and steel and not about mud and bamboo. And when if you try to do housing deficit, we try to solve this issue with concrete and steel, we don't have enough resources. Okay, next, can you just go? And when you see at the resources which bamboo is there and the population density that you see, they actually coincide with each other. The way the bamboo is distributed across the tropics and the subtropics, and the way our population density is also distributed. Can you go to the next? Yeah, so this is another abundance of bamboo in the belt and also the population density. Yeah, next. And this is a table which actually shows how the housing deficit, and we also have the disaster prone areas across the world, and how we have the supply chains are higher in those areas, and bamboo civilization is also is much more developed. So this is like a nature's way of giving us a solution in the form of this building material, which is quite ready to use, and that can be used for our these kind of purposes. Next. These are the bamboo growing areas in India, and northeast. This is they have state-wise they have put it like this. So this is area-wise 28% in northeast and 20% in Madhya Pradesh, and that's how it goes. All the others come in different these things. Yeah, it's a bamboo is a traditional material, so most of the people and artisans and people have known this, and people know how to work with the material. So it's very easy for them to reintroduce. For us, it is very easy to reintroduce the material, because the skills, though they are slightly forgotten and there is a gap of some time, they have been. I through my experience, I have seen that they can be actually again worked upon. Yeah. Next. The other various typologies, in different countries, and these are actually all from India for that matter. We have from Northeast to Kerala to Assam, to Andamans. These are all different kinds. So natural materials will have always different typologies. Unlike the cement and concrete, where one typology fits all, is the mantra generally, that we have a universal solution or a global solution. But when we are using natural materials and natural technologies, we really have to be really very regional and very much respecting. So things change, typologies actually change. Yeah. Next. Some more typologies. The left one, bottom is from Kerala, the right one is from Nagaland, and the top one is from Gujarat. Next one. I think I will not go much in detail, but as I said, bamboo grows very fast. It is locally available in India in most of except even in many parts of the world, except for Europe. And there also they have been sensibly introduced. And the transportation, the energy for transportation can be saved if we don't have to transport the material for far off distances. The other various applications of bamboo, in different systems, and and which are the species which actually are used for different kind of applications, walls, roofs, floor. So these are the other different kinds of, and you can see that we have for each of the things, we have different kinds of bamboo which actually can be used, and there are lots of options actually available. Next. Next, it's light and hollow. It's very flexible. It's got very good. It's very good in tension and compression. Its tensile strength is very high. It is prone to splitting, but that makes it easy to make it into mats and other boards and things like that. Because of that, it's got better thermal conductivity than even wood for that matter. And its hardness, the outside, the skin is very hard because it's got silica, and so it protects against various kinds of diseases and other kinds of onsets on this. Next. This is the structure of bamboo. I think you can run through these. We will just quickly go to, yeah. We are the examples of bamboo and mud double-story buildings from India, different types of it. Next. I think we spoke about this density physical properties. Next. This is an important, slide telling us how sustainable is bamboo. So to produce one, this thing of building material, 1 unit of building material, how much energy is required, and that's what we call it energy balance. And as we can see here, between steel and concrete, steel and bamboo, steel and bamboo and wood, you can see the kind of ratio that we have between steel being 1,500 and bamboo being 30 out there, almost 50 times less. Next. Next. Yes, some of the structures of different types that are being done across the world. Can go on. This was at the turn of the century when Simon Welles did it for Expo. And that's where the Zeri Pavilion, a famous Zeri Pavilion by him. And this actually set it as a benchmark for bamboo for different kinds of large scale constructions in bamboo across the world. Next. For even for small buildings, for houses, for other things in combination with all other materials, it also goes very well. And there are many architects who are using it. In this session itself, in BSI, I had got this lady from Carolina from Boston, from one lady from Boston, one from Mexico, to show very different kinds of usage of bamboo for the houses and these things, different kinds of buildings. Next. There are some others. You have Bashoyo on the top. We have on the right, we have a prefab building by Harding. We have and then we have this left, which is from Thailand by Marcus. And the right one is the Arc building from Bamboo U. Next. These are from Simon Welles and Votrong from Vietnam and China, 2 different places. And they have been using bamboo for various kinds of purposes. Next. The left one, we have the Madrid airport, Richard Rogers, we used it for false ceiling. And the next bamboo building on the right bottom is the Bangalore International Terminal, airport terminal, which is going to be probably finished and inaugurated very soon, with lot of bamboo in the interiors that they have done, they have taken. Next. I'm very happy to actually share that I was a part of the SOM, you can say the first time they reached out to me in 2017 for, they wanted to do know whether bamboo can be actually used for large transportation project like an airport. And we had Ben Calden and Blake Sooth, who had actually contacted me, and for almost 2-3 months they had sent these designs to me, and we talked about all these fire resistance and things like that, and properties of bamboo, availability of bamboo in India. And they had told that they will get back to me once they have convinced the client with the whole data that has been provided by me. And I'm very happy to see that they didn't get back to me. That's not very happy to say, but I'm happy that the building has come up and there's a lot of bamboo used, though it is not in structural purpose. It is only for the interiors, but nevertheless, this will be the largest usage of bamboo in any one particular building, other than Madrid, even more than Madrid actually. So these are other structures which are done here in bamboo. If you can see, there are large structures being done. And the bottom one is a very pride that we have in Bangalore. In Ipruti, this roofing sheet has been, actually developed. But unfortunately, the industry, there is no proper industry for this here right now. And so these sheets are actually not available in the market properly. That is a very sorry state of affairs. Next. In interiors, it has been used for different kinds of purposes. Next. These are, it is being used for lots of, traditionally also it was being used for bridges. Even now they are used. Next. And this is the way, there are different kinds of bridges that are being made with a little modern methodology. The top one is, left one has been done by us. The right one is with bamboo composites. The bottom one is done by Jogstam and, in South America. Next. So this is how we have done, which you see design test document and design test document. This is what I have been doing since 1999 from my first project onwards. And I will quickly, I will request Tejas, you can quickly run through that, because then I would like to talk about bamboo more. And this is my first project, which was at the Raj Bhavan in Bangalore, which was a very small pantry building and a toilet to be made with bamboo and mud. And then next, and this was done with Ipruti. Ipruti, again, we did this 2 BHK house in Ipruti. What I'm just trying to show you through the running through the projects is the variety of projects which we have done where bamboo actually can be used. Although it is not being promoted in that kind of a manner, which is what I feel. And because of that, we are not able to mainstream bamboo. And that's why I'm running through these projects. And I keep running through these projects in every time that I speak. So this is a house, and this was done in 2003. It was finished, and a lot of people have actually visited this place. They are using it as a club. Yeah, next. And this is a prefab house which we sent to Rome for a client, and everything was completely prefab. And this is probably the second building in Italy made of bamboo. And we had not gone. We made it literally like an IKEA furniture kind of thing. We had it everything labeled, and even the bolts and nuts, everything was actually labeled, and we sent it from here. And they were able to assemble in less than about 3 to 4 weeks time, including the foundation work that they have done. And I have visited, this is a photograph taken by me, myself, in about, I think, 2018 or something. I have visited, and it is doing very well out there. Next. The same project. This was 2004, 2005, the tsunami that happened. And with Seeds India, we had done this prototype with bamboo and mud, and also with coconut, trunks, because a lot of coconut trees had fallen, and we thought it will be good to use them as well in the building. And this was not built by us. This was, we did the training. And so bamboo actually can be used for disaster management in the interim, as an interim one, and also as a post-disaster rehabilitation program. in a very effective manner, though that part of it is still not exploited in a proper manner. We had a lot of work, time spent with Planning Commission at that time to introduce this, but somehow we were not very successful to do that. Next. This is the energy park, which is no more actually, thanks to all permanent buildings, so-called permanent buildings taking over in this whole campus. But this is what this was, we did it all the, if you can see, everything has been done here with bamboo. Because it's a low energy material. Since it was an energy park, we tried to use a low energy material, which was bamboo. And so we introduced here, and a lot of people would be visiting. And that's why this was supposed to be a showcase of the versatility of bamboo. So we did bridges, we did so many different kinds. Next. Different kinds of things, even furniture, you can see even waterfall. There was a chandelier kind of thing, furniture here, you can sofa and dining table, bed. All the furniture to be tried to did. Yeah, no, next. And different kinds of gazebos, bamboo used in landscape, bamboo crete. There are very different kinds of, usage of bamboo that we try to showcase in the whole energy park. Next. From 2005 to 2010, we had this bridge that we have done for Yamuna Biodiversity Park in Delhi. It is still existing, though it is slightly shaken and things like that, but it's still existing out there. And this was about 50 feet that we did. Along with this, we did other structures as well. Next. Yeah, this is the toilet block, and we also did a gazebo out there. Next. This was a competition, and after that, I think this project was abandoned. And this is a shell structure. First, I started, imagining, because bamboo being a very lightweight material, and people were using very high energy, kind of a material where a lot of energy is required for all those kind of materials to do covering large structures, large spaces. And so I thought, let's start, if we can do it with bamboo, like a shell structure, we will be saving a lot of, carbon emissions and things like that. And that's where I had proposed this. We were the runners-up for this particular competition. Next. This is the way the whole thing was. It is a part of a lake which was filled up. And so we had a proposal of rejuvenating the lake and making into islands, the building on the islands for that. Next. And this is I think as the moment, only bamboo museum in the country, in Palampur, in Himachal Pradesh. Next. Here are the interiors of the project, which is a combination of bamboo with, round bamboo, along with bamboo sheets, BMB boards, and a combination like that also can work very, very well. Next. This is my house of 5 elements, which I built in 2008. And this is built with, stone, mud, and bamboo. There are 3 materials which is available everywhere. So I have been trying to develop a vocabulary with this material of our architecture. Next. These are the photographs. You can keep run through pages. Yeah. This is all mud with lime wash and bamboo. Bamboo is there in all different kinds of forms in this house. Next. From pergola to roof to bridges to different kinds of things. Next. Yeah, the first floor, the flooring, the walls, the furniture. This is another house in a similar manner that has been done on the same campus. Again, with the same vocabulary, mud, bamboo, and stone. Next. And in Bamboo Symphony in 2010, we did our office Bamboo Symphony from all the waste that we have from my house. This is Bamboo Symphony. And in my house, I had bamboo outside the, there's a whole big shell roof that was done in my house. In the office, I have done a free-form roof with bamboo as reinforcement inside the slab. So what you see there is a free-form slab. Next. Yeah, so that's the office. It's an open office. Yeah. All these bamboos that you see, this is not part of any interior. These are all structural members, in the office, which actually carry the load. And if you have seen the slab is actually 4.5 inches. It's not a thin slab as well. So all these slender looking dancing bamboos actually take the load of a proper free-form roof. of 4 inches over them. Yeah, these are some other shots. By this time, we had sort of matured in the way we thought that, we could almost go further and look at, so we were invited by BMRCL to propose metro stations with bamboo in 2013. And this is one of the proposals which also won the Rethinking the Future award, and we had a lot of discussions, but after that they said in the fire audit, for the fire auditing, they actually rejected bamboo, for something like that by the technical director, though the chief engineer was convinced, and it did not happen. And just to mention very, next you can go to, there are 3 different options that we had proposed. And this was with a debris that they generally produce a lot of debris from underground, tunneling and things like that. And with that, we also thought, to use that with bamboo. So mud, debris, construction waste, and bamboo and stone. That was the kind of material palette that we had proposed for this. And as I had just now shared, that this project is still under process and pending, but the other proposal for bamboo, bamboo usage of bamboo in the Bangalore International Airport by the same government has been cleared. So I would really like to pursue this further, because now we have a case that, we can use bamboo for public, buildings in a very, in a large capacity. Next. This is Hungarian House of Music, Budapest. A very different kind of, again, vocabulary for bamboo. I have not been, if you see the works that we are trying to do, it is not looking like all bamboo thing separately. I try to use bamboo as one of the materials in my palette and blend it with the mainstream architecture. Because in my opinion, that's how we will be able to mainstream bamboo, for a larger, usage and things like that. Next. This is a proposed bridge, not constructed. Next. This is a project which is going on. Actually, a lot of work is already, this apartment block is already up. The photographs have been not put in here, but our clubhouse is about to go on. Next. This is Avilala Ecological Park. This is from Andhra Pradesh government. Actually, we got, this is near Tirupati, and we got it through a tender with architect Ravi Kumar, landscape architect from Chennai. And unfortunately, I think after Chandrababu Naidu went, I think the project has been slightly slowed down, and I'm hoping that soon this will again take off. But here we had designed interpretation center, which is like 30,000 square feet, what you see on the top. And next slide. And we had this tower, which 150 feet tall tower that we have designed, and a skywalk, which you see at the bottom left, which was more than, actually 1.5, 1.7 kilometers actually long. So again, a cell structure. This is a cell. Next. This is again a live project, Meta Slum, for the Bangalore, from Bangalore Slum Development Board. We had taken a very different way of, building, and bamboo is again a part. We have a core. Next slide. Where there's a core of the lift and the staircase, and the slabs are done. And after that, the spaces are given to people to build their own, structures. So through a training and through the way they do in villages and other areas. And that's how we thought that they should be also building their own and covering the spaces, half covering the spaces as they feel comfortable. So this was one, one proposal. This also got a Rethinking the Future award for us for this thing, slum development. Next. This is another project where we wanted to, we have gone through a tender, and in Anantapur, and it is going again slow. The project has been approved. This is for Shilparvam, the way it is there in Hyderabad, and the government wanted it in every district to promote the kind of, handicrafts. But we said, since buildings also need to be the whatever was the craft when the building was being used as a craft, it should also be promoted. And this is where this actually we started the whole next slide, if you can see. Next slide. Yeah, this is the again interpretation center, which is a 20,000 square feet building with rammed earth and a free form roof from bamboo. And these are projects where you cannot use other materials, so it was very nice for us because we had a very field time designing it with various natural building materials. Next. This is the food court with a flowing roof. Yeah, next. The convention center. Next. This is the resort again at the same place, Silparama, with 50 rooms, and there, cottages. Next. This is a India pavilion we did for a World Bamboo Workshop in Imphal in 2019. This is again, we tied away different kind of roofing option on a shell, which is 9 meter, is the overhang on one and the 7 meters on the smaller one. And next slide. This whole thing was done, a very different kind of roofing that we have tried to do it here with lime and jute, the jute fabric thing that you have, and cement slurry with lime. And this is, if you believe me, this is a 7 days work. Next. This is a retrofit project, with the Ministry of Agriculture in the government of Karnataka. And we are next. They had wanted to bring down the whole building, but through a proposal, we have retrofitted the building and saved almost 60% of the building and the materials and the other things that are there on the site. And this is about to start construction. We are hoping it will start soon enough. Next. Next. This is a Pegasus Institute of Excellence. We just finished before COVID. They had been using all these tent material, and plastic materials for their campus. And they wanted to do transition to eco-friendly material. That's when we have come up with. Next. This is a rectangular hall. The slide you saw previously was a circular hall. Next. The training centers. This is a circular hall at the bottom. On the top is actually a amphitheater with a shell roof for the stage area. Next. With Dalbagh University from 2003, we have been doing a pedagogical journey because we are more into advocacy. As much we are in the building, we also into advocacy. So it's more like walking the talk and talking the walk. So it's not just you just talk about it, or it's not just that you get into business, but you also take people along, and you also try to promote it in different sectors. And that is how we try to do. So with Dalbagh University, we have been doing this. That's what the first structure which you see on the top, which we were told as a proof of concept for the university to start the courses at the place. And left side bottom is the Agriculture and Bamboo Center. The right one is the Amritsar guest house at their university campus in Amritsar. Next. This is the Amritsar campus. This whole guest house that you see is around 2,000 square feet. And that thing got completed in 18 days. This is the state that we did with mud plastering, mud flooring, and all these kind of things. If you see, in 18 days flat, we did this whole construction, including solar tracking and all other furnishings and all that you see. So just to showcase how quickly we can actually do, for especially in terms of disaster housing, that people show very poor kind of construction, which needs to be done in months together. This can be very easily done to a very nice finish in very short time if it is done in a plan in a proper manner. Next. Next. This is a crash at Dalbagh University. Samimji, may I request you to mute yourself, please? Yeah, so this is the model. And if you can see, we generally try not to get bamboos from Assam or anywhere. If we have absolutely at the last resort. So I start really use, this is the bamboo which is available in Agra on the outskirts. And I try to use the bamboos around us. Because earlier, if you can see, people were not really having so much of transport facilities. Even now in Northeast, it is very difficult to transport, and many other areas where actually bamboo grows. And that is something which is, if the moment you try to get bamboo from a far off place, it doesn't remain sustainable at all. The moment you process bamboo too much, it doesn't remain sustainable at all. So looking at that kind of point of view, we try to fuse local technologies and local bamboo together and, try to adjust our design accordingly rather than design first and then look for bamboo. So it actually goes hand in hand. While we are designing, we also look at what is available and accordingly we actually design. So this is for the children that has been used, and this is very, you can see this is a pentagon. Next. These are some more photographs. You can see the local lady. She is doing the mud plastering over the bamboo. Next. In Diyarbakir University itself, we are doing 2 conference centers. This is the larger one. It's around 9,000 square feet, one single hall. And this is still under construction right now for, for some testing and everything. We are holding it just for a few months. We'll be restarting the construction very soon. There's the testing that was done on the site. Next. This is hall 2, which has been under construction, has got finished. This is around 6,000 square feet with around 60 feet span across and about 100 feet length. Next. This is how we do all the scaffolding inside when we are working on the structure. Next. This is the finished building. You can see the outside on the left top. Bottom, this is the way the whole space is. And this is the side veranda you can see on the side. In March 2022, we finished it and handed over to the university. Next. For the same university, we are also doing in Madhya Pradesh, their Rajabari Bamboo Center, which actually part of it is done. And further it has to be, because of COVID, when the tender was done, the COVID struck just after that, and we could not actually finish it. So right now we are working on a small shed, but this is to start very soon. And this is supported by the Madhya Pradesh Bamboo Mission, this particular center. And next. And other than that, in Diyarbakir University, lot of different campuses with bamboo, lot of work has been being done. And I'm very happy to say that I started something there and they have taken it off in, the lady there, Molly Caprihan, who is heading the architecture department in Diyarbakir University. She's been really doing great work in trying to take these things forward. Next. This is at the Rajabari Center. We did some training for, scheduled class and scheduled tribe people under the Ministry of Textile with the Development Commissioner Handicrafts. And a lot of these people have been trained. I think more than 100, 120 people we had trained under that scheme. And they have done, next slide. They've done beautiful products, if you can see, and they got even a some very big award from MSME sector at Delhi. The university has got. Next, different kinds of products from them. We signed an agreement with this KSRDP university in Karnataka. This is the one of its kind rural university in the country. And we have started work slowly. We had done biofuel very recently. We started the plantation. And very soon we are going to do, starting with the workshops and also other programs, which are 2 courses that we are starting in the beginning out of the 4 courses that will happen in the span of 3 years from now. Yeah, this is part of the visit that I had done there and how they have tried to do a small bamboo hut out there just to begin with. Next. This was another in my pedagogical journey. This was another project that we did with Trichy and our School of Architecture, Denmark. We were shortlisted for the President's Medal by RIBA for this project in the student category. And this is with Arcanut, roofing, shells on out there. This has got multiple awards. We got it for merit list. It was got the merit list award in 2017. Then recently also we Fibra Awards. It was shortlisted for the Fibra Awards internationally. Next. This is another project we did in Maihar, another shell, because I'm really fascinated by shell with bamboo, and this was with mud and bamboo together. Next. These are different shots of the same thing where I tried to use a residency program with the students and artisans together for the project, and I tried to get different kind of stakeholders, along with artists, the collaboration to do this particular project. Next. These are some of the art form of the place into the building. Next. This was the building that came up at that time. Next. The other, details. But unfortunately, why I'm just trying to show these two buildings in the end, both these buildings, we were going and coming and we were giving them instructions, but the clients did not think it necessary to have a proper technical person at the site for execution. And because of that, some very minor silly mistakes were done, which brought the structure down. So these two buildings which I showed in the end, they are not there at the place. And here, so I wanted to emphasize that bamboo is not being looked at as an engineering material, a proper material which has got engineering properties. So even when you are trying to do some kind of a project, they don't allow you or give you one is that the amount of finance to have our own engineer in place on the site. And from their side also, they never may take it very seriously as a material of engineering property, which needs to be really handled in a proper manner, like any other building material. And that has been doing a lot of disservice to the material actually. If we charge more rate, they said bamboo building is expensive. If we charge less, we are not able to really maintain that quality. Somehow, I wouldn't say quality. Quality is again structural strength and structural integrity. That's the first thing that we have to actually achieve. So because of what is happening, that people are not trying to use this building material for general purposes in their daily lives. It's more either for the temporary purposes, or it is all for exotic buildings which cost like exorbitantly and only rich people can actually maintain it. And that's a very big block. Again, after that kacha pakka thing, this is another block which has gone into everyone's mind, that bamboo is a fashionable and exotic material to build with. And this really needs to be actually broken, and that's why I wanted to show these two buildings here. This is a failure, but we have learned a lot of lesson from these. Anyway, next. Through this, CGBMT, we have been doing a lot of programs, and on bamboo, we have been running structured courses since 2011. This year also, we have got 4 students who are there for the PG diploma, PG certificate course in bamboo application technology, and the other courses that we are running through this. So this is next. Pedagogy. If you can see this photograph, we have in this one bamboo artisan, one mason, one MArch architect, one plantation person, one NGO person, and one labor. And they're all figuring out together how to do a particular work. And I think this is something which is very important if you want to go for the building industry and we want the natural materials to be used. This is the kind of learning that we really need to introduce in there. Next. Keep going. This we already showed. Yeah, I've taken it to where is Benale. For almost 6 months, we had this exhibition out there trying to promote bamboo at my own cost. Next. We also did a global survey in 2018 and presented it at Mexico, along with World Bamboo and Arc Daily, who were our channel partners for media partners. And that this particular data is in public domain, how we can actually promote bamboo as a building material in the construction industry, mainstreaming it. Next. Through CGBMT, we have been trying to go do all these kind of things. Tag of Kacha building to be removed, bamboo in the curriculum of building sciences, bamboo in SR, bamboo for achieving SDG goals. Next. This is a TODA prototype that we have recently done. We are doing already. Everything is, we are looking for some donors, and we are hopefully we have been told that we have found them. So we are going to do a new prototype of these TODA dwellings, which are fast disappearing. There are, I think, just around 40-50 of them left in this area, and we are trying to do with a minimum with a different kind of technology now, keeping the materials the same. Next. This is with Niti Aayog. We are trying to develop a kind of a proposal to put to the government. I think it's in the final draft. That is the Hyderabad event we did with National Institute of Rural Development. The top one is again with Karnataka State Rural Development University. Next. And into the future, we have started our small campus at IVC Bangalore, on the IVC road in Bangalore near the Devanali airport. Next. This is the conclusion about bamboo. Next. This is the book that I was, so whatever you saw till now, in doing all this in the last 23 years so far, I have been documenting, collating the information because there was no information available anywhere. And every time I would start doing something, I would have to run from pillar to post, what bamboo, how bamboo, from where, how to do, whether it will work, whether it will not work, whether I can get a structural engineer, what should be the testing on the site and how should I test it. And this was something which I have been really suffering, and I started documenting, thinking that people who come behind me should not again face the same problem and reinvent the wheel. So all these things, trying to push the bamboo through colleges, through all these places, and I'm really happy to see that a lot of people, a lot of architects are using bamboo. There are a lot of competitions where bamboo buildings are winning designs, and they're more and more talking about these in various forums. And looking at all that, I actually came upon collating all the data in the form of a book, which is more like a manual. And I have been sharing about this, that it is in 2 volumes right now, which we are actually giving. Can you have the next slide? Oh, okay, keep the same slide. Okay, fine. No, not this one, the next one. So it is in 2 volumes at the moment. And the first volume is starting from your processing. So identifying bamboo, processing, treatment, and then it goes on to your joinery. That's the first volume. Now, how do you buy bamboo, see bamboo species which are there, all these kind of things, how do you identify, all that is in the first volume. And the second volume starts with the designing with bamboo, very simple design. We are not talking about very detailed, simple designing with bamboo, the do's and don'ts on the site, simple testing on the site, and then types of foundation, wall, each and every element actually has been given in detail in there. So the first volume is like a general book, which can be used by anybody who wants to do it, but anyone who wants to know and wants to design, the second volume is also very as much important. And even as architects, if you just want to design as off-the-shelf material, it is not possible in case of bamboo. And that's why volume 1 was very important to be put as a precursor to volume 2, which is basically into design of each and every element of the building. So starting with your foundation, then we have walls, and then we have the structure, we have the roofing, flooring, doors and windows, shells and spatial structures, we have the bamboo composites, and we have the bridges, roads, embankments. We have tried to do all these kind of things, and also finishing and maintenance of that we have done in the first chapter in second volume. That is how the whole structure actually has been there. Tejas, can I just request you to one of the PPTs of volume 1 and volume 2 just to show the chapters just quickly?
Yeah.
Just showcase that.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Nirmala. I think it was. I think your voice, you're on a mute, it seems.
Yeah, I'll just show the chapters of the book. Just one moment. Tejas is sharing. Okay, can you share the video? Yeah. Can you play it with the sound? Hmm? Not able to? I sent it just now in Mansaram.
Yeah. Can you hear the sound?
No, sound
No?
is not.
No,
No.
we're not able to hear this.
Just the look of the book, actually. We got the first prints very recently. And we are you can pre-order the book actually. And the book actually costs something, and then we are, for a pre-order, we have a very good discount that, you know, people can actually avail the discount right now. And I think after printing by December, it will be available, the complete for distribution. So the first books have just arrived actually. And very happy to share that in the IIA SRC, the book will be launched. The chairman, Mr. Mohan, Akrik Mohan, has confirmed that it will be launched in that one, and availability directly available by December. We will be able to have the book available, both the volumes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neelam madam. I think it was a very elaborative journey of your experience, and I think there are, 80% of the works even I did not know about. You've been working, so there are quite enormous ways and methods you have dealt with bamboo, and also you have given a lot of efforts to build up this material as a whole, on different scales. I think where you have gone to private, you have gone to public spaces, you have gone to government authorities. So I think that perspective really helps us to carry forward, the material to a different level. And yeah, you've been getting, and you've been trying really hard to get the material on the scale. Scales are what I try to define is the gradation of the scales from micro to macro.
Yeah.
So micro is equally important and macro is equally important for a city to work with. So I think that's what you have touched, till date. And working is one scenario, and then placing book out of your experience is a completely different scenario, where you try to educate the upcoming future generations, where we so where they can start with and not actually starting with the scratch. So yeah, so with that, I think there are few questions. Yes, I think JSM sir have asked that is concrete and bamboo fusion the future?
Yeah, I think so, actually. Because see, a lot of these materials and buildings that you're seeing on the internet, I'm afraid to use the word Bali, but I think that comes to everyone's mind, so I'm going to use that. The beaten bamboo roofing that people are doing, it is not very durable. In about 3 to 4 years, you're supposed to change it. And you do this, lakhs of rupees of structure, and then every 3 years, you have to change that. It's a little difficult kind of proposition for most people. We don't have many people who can change, and the material also very difficult to arrive, and it's also very expensive. And the other thing is thatch is what people are using, and some kind of If that bamboo roofing sheet comes, that's the best option actually. That is one type of, but that's only for, straight roof when you have. The moment you start working on a shell or a large spaces where different kinds of roofing has to be done, we need to have some kind of option. I have been trying to use concrete cloth kind of a thing. And that concrete cloth, we didn't have readily available there. So what you saw in Imphal, we have tried to have jute and dipped it in a cement slurry, kind of with the local available, whatever, soil that was there. We tried to just, that was a small, this thing. So we did it, and we have done it with lime. We have stabilized with lime, and we did a lime wash on that. So that's one thinnest option that we could have for large span structures, which is like curving. For the curving, we can go for guniting, I think. And we tried one more thing was the cloth kind of what we call in Hindi tripal, not the plastic fellow, the cotton fellow. And that if you do a brush bond coating over it, it becomes absolutely waterproof. In my own house, the inner part of the roof has that cloth tripal, and over that there's a very minimal enamel paint that I have done, and that is what is the waterproofing that I have. And my house is 14 years old now, and we have no leakage in the roof so far. So we have fused, and on that cloth tarpaulin, I put a 1-inch cement, concrete, and we left it for some time. And then we try to pull the thing out. It completely stuck to the cloth. And that's what we have used in our house. So I have been doing these little experiments in different projects before actually putting it up out there. And I feel definitely that bamboo should be fused with other materials. And concrete, I wouldn't say that's why. So how do people are coming with carbon reinforced, ultra thin shell roofs. Bamboo could be also doing that work in many parts. And that's what the design that I have put for metro station. I'm hoping it happens sometime. It is of that. It also takes into that. So I'm hoping I will be able to really showcase it in a proper manner.
So I think Jasim sir interestingly says that concrete is not cement. It is a composition of materials to gain strength.
Correct.
I think that's what he wants to signify. That
yes, very much so.
Combining,
yes. That is the answer.
Can be a very different perspective to look at the strength of the structure.
Yeah, and the funny part
is,
is,
if you want to share a few things and ask her.
Yeah.
So,
the funny part is,
Best part, Neelam, would you believe it? I mean, you won't believe me. I have one video on concrete going at the same time as your bamboo. So I'm having exchange between two chairmen this way, that way. Both. I don't know why you people have to Zoom at the same time. Every time I do it. And it's a fantastic composition. Exactly what you were saying in a different way is what you were saying. I said, I wish they can integrate much more in the future, especially the cloth and the manufacture of skins. It's a fascinating future. Although it has been done in the past, I have feeling the belief in the future is unbelievable.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm with you on the way.
Thank you.
You have done a great job putting it together. I'm with you with all the concrete.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right. And I think so few years back, the Surat Castle was renovated, and they found there were bamboo strips beneath the plaster surface and beneath the lime plaster surface. I think it was more like a binding material than as a structure, but I think that shows a good example of how bamboo can be used in different ways and means.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. The funny part is, when I do this kind of buildings, what you see, the bamboo people think that I am not doing justice to bamboo because there are other materials, and the architects think she doesn't do any other building but only bamboo. So I am like stuck in between, between the two.
Right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Anybody has any questions for Neelam ma'am? Yeah, I think to Dr. C.V. Subramaniam. So he asks, which variety of bamboo is best suitable for structure and other uses?
as actually around 20 species had been tested by the building code people, and 16 of them have been told to be proper. I mean suitable for usage in construction, and that is part of our BSI code. It is available in the National Building Code and the whole list. But in that one, if you just to say very simply, Balcoa, Bambusa bambos, strictus, these have been used very regularly. Bambusa balcoa more in the northeast and other areas, but now also on the other side. And another species which is now recently being used, which is 2-inch bamboo, is stocksai. People are using it where you bunch the bamboo together and you try to use it. And that is more in the Konkan belt, and that belt, this bamboo is locally available, so it can be used there. But if we try to see that, because in this lecture I could not take everything, there's a distribution of different kinds of bamboos in different parts of the country, there's always some or the other kind of bamboo which you can use for construction, and that is there. So later, if people want, I can share that list. But it is also there in the National Building Code. It is there, it's a part of that actually.
Yeah. So I think, Meenakshi also asks that, do you consider for testing and failing of structure within your cost of construction while working out the budget for a project?
Failing, what is it? Failing.
Yeah, failing of structures. So do you consider for testing and failing of structures within your cost of construction while working out the budget for a project?
Nobody gives that. As I said, I think एक engineer रखने के लिए भी कोई cost नहीं देता. वो दूसरा तो cost देना तो बहुत मुश्किल है. People just think कि आपने ऐसा building बनाया तो basket जैसे है. इसमें क्या किसी technical आदमी की जरूरत पड़ेगी? क्या technical testing की जरूरत पड़ेगी? I mean, that's the kind of idea that people actually still have. They want this kind of bamboo buildings. और बाली का बिल्डिंग जो 20,000 रुपीज स्क्वायर फीट के हिसाब से होता है, बट यहाँ पे 2,000 रुपीज स्क्वायर फीट also people will not give you, and they want you to be engaging the best structural engineers and people. Is very difficult. It's very difficult, and this needs to change.
People want more of the proven material than any of the experiments. So I think as a market scenario, it's quite viable also. What we feel is, but we are in a transformation stage where testing and substantiating is in and out process. So I think if you try to substantiate, I think last time we had an engineer, a research enthusiast, she's been emphasizing a lot of testing of the materials.
Correct.
Yeah, I think so. By that, I think I feel that more 5 years we go from now, we have all the proven materials with us.
Yeah.
So that's what I know how the momentum is going in India.
Yeah.
And worldwide as well.
I'm happy to share that in the recent in-bar meeting of the construction task force we had just last week, I have volunteered to work on various aspects of bamboo to be put in the SR, not SR, I would say BIS in a better manner, along with in-bar, and take it to the policy people to integrate that in the policy. So we have taken up that project, and it's not just for India, but it's the whole of the South, south of South, what we call it. And I think I'm hoping that I'll be able to do, and I will request everyone to cooperate to take this forward. I think we should be able to do much more research and much more work in that area.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think now it's time to move ahead to the next session. So I think Vaibhav Kale is quite, waiting for, to share his knowledge. But I think now, when we heard of Neelam ma'am, now when we are going to Vaibhav Kale, so what I am anticipating is we'll get a different set of knowledge from him, different set of experience. And I think he is, his father, architect Vinod Kale, was also known as the bamboo architect of India, a bamboo man of India, probably. So, so I think I would like him to share the experience. Vinod Kale is an interior designer, graduated from CEPT University. He did TG research program in urbanism from Bauhaus. He founded Wondergrass. So it's an entrepreneurial initiative that strives to bring bamboo-based building system in mainstream of construction industry. The aim is to provide a complete end-to-end solution to the customer, to the consumer in one-stop shop format, making it an easy and enjoyable experience to build with bamboo. So with this note, we would like to hear from Vaibhav, to share his immense experience working on his values and his ways of looking at bamboo to the society. Over to you, Vaibhav.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hemang has given too much of a credit for the small amount of work that we have done. Apart from the fact that my father has done immense amount of work, which absolutely is out there for everyone to see. So I would probably not be able to share so many of insights as you might expect, but I can actually share some of the works that we have done and the line of the work that we have chosen to do. So I'll share my screen. I hope everyone is able to see this.
Nice thing is streaming. So you have a very interesting background. That's really, you have a very interesting backdrop.
Oh yes, thank you. So can you see the screen now with the
No, can you just reshare the screen?
okay.
Some streaming problem. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. Yes. So so what I would just make the title of that today's talk was supposed to be rethinking bamboo through design and architecture. So let us just flip it a little bit. So rethinking of architecture and design through bamboo. Uh, so instead of rethinking bamboo, can we rethink about the architecture or design of built spaces through bamboo as a building material? Mm, Hemang has already given you a snapshot of what we have been doing. So I wouldn't go much in detail, just that we started this initiative, or this is a company which was established in 2008. And now almost 14 years, we have done close to about 100 uh, small and big size building projects across India. Uh, I won't go in why bamboo, because that has been explained in detail by Neelam madam and previous webinars. So this is by now it is well established by most of the viewers who are now participating in this seminar. One of the key strengths at Wondergrass is a team of artisans that we work with. So they're young, talented, with great skills at their service. And that is one of the most fun part of working with bamboo at Wondergrass. That is what I enjoy most. So This presentation or small discussion that we will have today is about building of roofs with bamboo and how do you articulate those roofs. So we will look at 4 projects uh, starting from the smaller project to a slightly bigger size projects. And the 4th one, the residence. So the first 3 projects will cover articulation of a roof as a key element. And then 4th one will basically look at how do you combine different or how can different materials can be combined to create one complete living space. There is a quote by Master Architect Geoffrey Bawa that roof of the building what gives, I mean, this is not exactly the quote, but the gist of the quote is that he's saying it is the roof of a building which gives a character as to the space as well as the character to the built form. So in most of his works, if you see, the roofs are the key feature of the built form. So, and most of our buildings, if we now, if I say, what is the building that comes to your mind when you think, oh, that's a great building and that's a great space that I've been to, it will be the building where that the roof profile will remain in your mind space, and that's how you will connect with that built form. So, and also that is the architecture about, I mean, it is the roof over our head, which for which every building that is being built out there is being built for. It is either to protect from the sun or the rain or the wind or whatever. It is the roof on our heads. So this is a small size unit. It's gazebo, outdoor semi-open space. In these 3 projects, we will basically see how bamboo can be used to create basically 4-way sloping roofs. I mean, this is also one of the reasons that has been one of the reasons for me to start working with this material. I mean, I am really fascinated to resolve the geometries of built form and especially the roof. And when it comes to sloping roofs, there is one is basically simple 2-way sloping roof, which is relatively easy but not so easy. 4-way sloping roofs give you the most challenging structural profiles. The roofing material in most of these buildings are basically color coated GI roofing sheets. What I would suggest is look at the structural system which has been explored here and experimented with. What we in our work, what we do is all the components that we build with are prefabricated. I mean, this is the most efficient way to build with bamboo. I mean, you standardize and make the system modular such that all the components can be sent on site.
Vaibhav, sorry to interfere, but we are not able to see any slides.
Oh, sorry. Then there is no fun. Shit. May I, why is this happening?
Only your first slide is there. That's all. Rethinking book slide. That's all.
Can you see it now?
Your first slide. That's about it. Yeah. Okay. Now better. Second slide. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So I hope there won't be, there is no point in repeating.
Doesn't matter. Just show them around.
Yeah. So this is a gazebo structure. It is not big. It is about 12 feet by 12 feet with a pyramidal roof on top. The components, the system is designed in such a way that they are all prefabricated modular standardized components. They are sent on site and the structure is installed and erected. So my suggestion is that don't look at the roofing material because all the roofs that we have made have color coated GI sheets as the roof. look at the interesting aspect of the built structural system. If so, the most interesting part of my work or our work that we do is to resolve the construction system as well as articulate it in such a way that when you see the structure, it is the that's where you get the most joy out of. This is a slightly bigger structure. It is the footprint is 32 feet by 32 feet clear span, and this is a staff meeting hall for a residential school, Sahyadri School near Pune, Maharashtra. So this is the structural system. It has again the pyramidal roof. Just that what probably might be interesting is that because we wanted to create it is no, the 32 feet span is not such a big span, but we articulated the system. It is an inverted truss which is being used here. This sits on top of an existing building. Can you see the build all the slides now, Jasim sir?
Yes,
Yeah?
we can see, no problem.
Okay.
Perfectly clear.
So this is how it looks after finishing. It is a semi-open space. I mean, it was designed to be closed, but the space without any windows and any kind of walls look pretty fascinating for the users. I mean, the school management. So they have kept it just like that. This is a third building. This is a building just finished about 6 months back. This is a dining cum conference hall for a tiger resort near Silari. The roof that we built are generally have a large overhangs because this is the area where you get quite a lot of rains, and most of these buildings they want to have either semi-open or open format for a better structural and spatial experience. It is a roof which is a split roof with a split roof. So the central portion is raised by about 2 feet, creating a ventilation for the air ventilation gap in center. The roof extends by almost 4 feet, and it is again about a clear span of 32 feet by about 54 feet, and the roof is about 4 feet, 4.5 feet to 5 feet extending on all sides. So if you look at the roof, and the roof will be about 60 feet by 40 feet. Yeah, so this is about the, so I just wanted to, through these 3 projects, I wanted to, what I wanted to discuss was that many times by changing the material that we want to use, and the nature and the inherent nature of the material, you might have a similar looking form, but the space and the character of the built space will be entirely different. And so it is not so much about rethinking bamboo. It's about rethinking of the spatial and built character that we want in the buildings that are being built in Indian subcontinent. And when we start thinking through this with that context as our framework, then the probably the spaces as well as the buildings that we will come up with will have a completely different character. And once that starts happening, so we wouldn't necessarily have to be bamboo. I mean, mm, bamboo kind of a missionaries. You just need to be sensitive towards the that context and the kind of the material and the build form that you need to create a space which is actually responding to the context, using the material and resources which are uh, more in alignment with the not only the climatic and environmental context, but also the social and cultural context of the place. And if you reimagine the same material in a different way, the kind of the space that can be created and generated will be completely different. So this is a house that we built. It is my own house. It is near Nagpur, about 25 kilometers from Nagpur. I stay here. So this is also a house where we have been experimenting. So again, Joffrey Baba has been a little bit of a kind of a someone from whom I have learnt a little bit. Not that I have visited his buildings. I have not had any kind of a experience of his buildings, but whatever from the pictures and drawings and like case studies, I really like the kind of the work which is very subtle, which is very non-intrusive, and yet when you are there or you are that building sits in that space, in that context and in that place, it uh, becomes one, but yet it also retains its own sense of being, which I think is a very something that is a nature of this Indian subcontinent built of being, which is you are uh, part of the larger context, and yet you still retain a certain sense of being, which is a kind of individualist, which is slightly different, or not only slightly, it is quite different from the way a modern or European or American way of looking at buildings, where the building has to really stand out. It has to stand out and make a statement, and the making of a statement is done in such a way that it sometimes tears into the surrounding. So there is a difference. So it is not we are not validating either one of them, that one is right and one is wrong. It is only the two different ways of being. So this is a house. I wouldn't be able to say much because this is my own house. This is the entrance space. There is a small alcove that is part of the house, which is a kind of sitting area, place to chit chat. And why I'm showing this house is also because, as I said in the previously, that buildings are made with different materials coming together, and the way those materials come and the forms are made and they create a sense of a place. The walls are all, so this vault that you see is made from what is called burnt clay tubes. So these are earthen clay tubes which are about the size of 9-inch by 4-inch diameter, 9-inch long. And they are, this is a system that was developed in Wardha of making a vault out of the clay tubes. So we have used that. We built it ourselves, but we use the same system and method. This you see is one of the walls which looks out into the backyard. The this is a lime plaster that we tried on top of a mud wall that we have done. At some places we have been successful, but some places we have not been successful. This is the mud walls. The structure, all of the structure is bamboo, and walls are mud. So there are two types of walls in this. The wall up to 8 feet is a rammed wall, rammed earth wall, but not exactly using the composition of the rammed earth. And the wall above 8 feet is basically wattle and daub wall. And the structural system is all the way bamboo coming from the roof all the way up to the bottom floor. Okay, so this, I think Hemang has spoken about the work and my father. So I would have liked to speak a little bit more about him, because Neelam had suggested that I should speak a bit in detail about him. I wanted to put together about a few slides, but I couldn't find right kind of photographs, and as well as I needed some time to put together a small 5-6 slides, because unless I show some of reference images, whatever I'll speak will not really be able to uh, be able to get through. So it would not be doing justice to him as well as his work. So we will just stay with one slide, and at the end, for me, I am fascinated with this material because it gives me an opportunity to uh, think how to deal with this material which has huge challenges, then experiment with it, uh, find out solutions, build with it. There is a joy because it is a material which is very easy to work with. It is versatile, and uh, gives you the various possibilities. And but at the same time, there is during these conversations with this material or this systems, the search for various solutions can be extremely exhausting and daunting. So, and many a times it is very frustrating. Uh, so the cycle continues. So, but if you find an interesting solution at the end, that whole process of frustration and exhaustion actually gives you the energy to pursue and continue. So that's it for the day. I guess we had something to go through.
Yeah. Thank you, Vivekali. If you can speak something also about your father, architect Vinu Kale. So we would really, like to hear on it. I think there was a special request from Neelam Madam also.
Yes, she had made a request, but I haven't been able to put together, because if I speak anything, it will not really, you won't be able to connect with it, because I need to have some material like some pictures, photographs, or something. With that reference, you can probably connect with him, because my speaking will not help. Really.
Yeah, it just few experiences of him, in the exploration of bamboo would also work.
My experiences with him and his work is when I was just 20 years old to second year in architecture, interior design, second year, third year. So prior to that, all my experiences are with him as a father
Okay.
and as a friend. I did small. I worked under him for a, but it was more like a apprentice, going on his project sites, staying there, not as a professional. So my experiences would be more from the perspective of a father and son, which for a community of bamboo building and architecture professionals will not be of such a interest.
Okay. Good. So then I think
So as far as I just whatever, I think he has written a book called Venu Bharati, which is in
That's
Hindi
true.
and English both, and it is published by Sampurna Bamboo Kendra, I think
No,
from
no, no.
Varda.
It's published by Apurup Nirman.
Aprup Nirman. Yeah, correct. And that was the first book on bamboo that I bought.
Yes.
And that's how I came to know that, about him, the bamboo man of India, and that he had a practice in Bombay and then he left it. And then was working with artisans at Varda and ashram out
Right.
there.
Yes, right.
And I think more than 50 buildings done and no documentation so far.
Yes.
Yeah. And one of his buildings was that Shilparamam in Hyderabad that I saw much
Yes.
later that he had done. It was a very large span hall. Was
No,
done by
it
him.
is actually that was for the Crafts Bazaar,
Yeah, Crafts Bazaar,
which
correct.
was later dismantled
Yeah.
about 4 or 5 years after the completion.
Yeah.
Which was probably the, I mean, see, all the works, it is not that bamboo was not there or was not in vogue, was not being used. The idea is how do you uh, how do you look at that material as a resource in the Indian context and not as something which is so the whole professional body, the whole Indian bureaucracy, bolo ya fir the people who are build setting up the directions and the vision. This resource, which is absolutely uh, available in abundance. I mean, this is growing on almost in every backyard, all across India. It is fastest regenerating resource. I mean, every 5 years you get a bamboo pole, and we are just ignoring it right, left, and center. I mean, architectural colleges and leave aside architecture colleges, engineering colleges from 1960s for 50s, 60s onward. I mean, the material which is right there in front of you all the time, which has such a huge, amazing potential. I mean, proven engineering properties, mechanical properties, and we are so oblivious to it. I mean, it's completely amazing that this even how can we do it? It is like if you have bricks lying all around you and you are ignoring the bricks and saying that okay, now we don't, let's find the material to build with. It is almost like that. And no, bamboo is not only about buildings, no, it is about so many other applications. It is a resource. We are not realizing that it is a resource that has a of a national importance in Indian context. I mean, what is his contribution is that to be able to grasp the bamboo not as a material of building or making a chair or a product or something, to understand bamboo as a resource in the context of Indian subcontinent, where it you have a population base which is in now 140 crores. This will need various kinds of requirements, and where do you find the resource that will partially fulfill this in terms of buildings, in terms of uh, products, applications, in terms of energy, in terms of food? What is it? I mean, what is his contribution is to be able to grasp it, to put it together, and to be able to peddle it across various people, to peddle it across right from the planning commission to the PMO to the IITs and IIMs to the artisans. So unless the whole spectrum understands this as a resource. It is not about material. We are making a big, huge mistake. I mean, in this forum with this rethinking architecture is okay to think of it as a building material. But when we are looking at bamboo as a material, it has to be looked at as a resource. And if we start looking at it as a material, we are making a huge mistake. And I think that is the contribution of realizing that there is a huge potential of this resource in Indian context, in these times where going ahead, there will be resource crunch, a resource crunch across the spectrum. It will be resource crunch in energy, it will be resource crunch in building materials, it will be resource crunch in food safety, it will be resource crunch in across the spectrum, it is going to come. So how do you will need to find resources that will in national perspective, and then see how do you use that resource in that for us as a social society. So my guess, and I think most of the people have not been able to realize that his contribution, and especially bamboo lovers, what we call, we have not really understood what Vinu Kale has been able to. I mean, if you see the kind of the people that he spoke to, right from the bureaucrats to the IIMs and IITs, he was talking to everybody and anybody and just telling them, look at this material, start looking at it, 1980s onwards. Hopefully, some of us have started waking up to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Good. I think you have a huge set of knowledge with you. We'll need number of sessions from both of you actually.
I don't have.
Yeah, and he said that he can't speak.
I don't. Okay. So anybody has questions for
Jasim sir, any comments, sir?
It was wonderful to hear from all of them, especially when he mentioned Jeffrey Bawa and brought back a lot of memories plus his father's thing. I think I'm at the other edge of the world with all you people. Now let's do something, because listening to the compositions the future offers for bamboo is phenomenal. I only want you people to look at it beyond, as you say, beyond as a material, but then how to access it with clarity and easily the cured bamboo. Because half the people use the uncured bamboo and then come back with disastrous consequences, which is what is dangerous about it. This is the one address somebody has to take up beyond our society, which can be done as a material supplied, not just for ladder making, but for beyond ladder making into something else, into things. If you can do it, that'll be a world of achievement.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
The whole day.
Yeah, thank you, Tai.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was one question from from Lingraj S. So he's asking, what would be the cost of 1800 square feet you shown Celery project? Okay, so I think that's more important.
Hemang, I mean, we are. I mean, in India, we are just so stuck. I mean, we are stuck with this whole idea of this. I am not there is nothing wrong in asking this question, but when this question is asked in across the platform as the first question, and I'm not pointing out the finger to the person who is asked this question, but this just shows this poverty in imagination. I mean, we have just so dearth of imagination in ourselves. I mean, it is not about bamboo building or not. I mean, let's leave it aside. I mean, we are just so poor in we are not even dreaming. We are not able to dream without without having this fear of how much will it cost. I mean, dreams should not be like this. No, I mean, a dream, and unless and until you dream and let your imagination really flourish, then only a society can think of creating things which are which will give you NASA rockets and IT technologies and World Wide Services. Otherwise, we will just not be able to do it. And unless we will not do it, we will be all the time. I mean, we can see many times people ask me question whether how are you, how is this going to help bamboo? I mean, I tell them, who the hell are we to help bamboo? I mean, who are you? I mean, your bamboo doesn't need you to help your help. And you can find, if you can get help from bamboo, do it. Otherwise, leave it. I mean, I ask them whether you can also build a nice structure with steel. I mean, how many really nice steel structures are around out there? I mean, if they are so confident about nice and well-designed steel structures, I mean, go out and show me. I mean, in Nagpur with a 25 million, with 25 lakh, 40 lakh people, I can't go out and see one single nicely built, designed, neat steel structure. There is no one. There is no one single. So it is just the dearth of our ability to imagine, to be able to uh, think, think through it. So I mean, 1800 square feet can be 30 lakh to 40 lakh rupees. It's
Okay, it was as simple as this.
yes.
It is. Oh,
Right. Okay. Okay, I think Lingraj, I can understand. It was a very simple answer lastly from him. That yes, of course, cost every time matters a lot. But I think more than that, with that, I think I won't say more than that, but with that, designs are equally important. So we need to flourish. We need to, nurture ourselves into more of designing and bring structures which are, and bring, an identity that, gives a sensibility to any of the projects what we are designing. So
No,
either
I
it
think
can-
I think I can also tell, because I think the question, I think why Vaibhav, the way he came about. I mean, I understand what Vaibhav is trying to, and he's experiencing, and we have been experiencing the same thing. This question is not asked when the structure is being made from steel and cement, and that is why the question is little doesn't feel very nice.
Nilamji, I think
Yeah.
no, Nilamji, I think they are making a mistake. I mean, the same question they will ask to people making steel and concrete structures, and
No, Vaibhav.
we are so.
They don't ask that.
Sad part of our work,
No,
or
no,
not our work as Indian society, especially urban Indian society.
no.
I mean,
That
I
is one
wouldn't
part. That
take
is
this
one part.
as a rural Indian society. I mean, we are so resource constraint in our feelings. It is a feeling of constraint all the time. I mean, look at, if you see a person who is making 1 lakh rupees a month, he is still worried. And the person in rural India who is not even making 10,000 rupees a month, he still many times when he's building his house, he's still in his mind space, he's still flourishing. Okay, what can I do? How can I make it? What can be a good, beautiful space? I mean, we have just lost it in urban Indian space, intellectual space. We have just lost it. This whole joy of doing things nicely. I mean, there is a joy in doing things neat, nice, well. Even if you either you spend lakh rupees or you spend 1.5 lakh rupees, this whole joy of doing things well, nicely, neatly, this is what is lost. I mean, it is not about building bamboo or building with brick or building with lime or anything. I mean, just building nice, well, neat, something that gives you joy. I mean, that is what we have lost, and that is
I understand.
the first part.
I understand that, but what I'm telling is the questions that when I am asked is, okay, if 2,000 rupees per square feet this construction, इतना में तो वो दूसरा वाला भी हो जाता है, तो बैम्बू से क्यों बनाना है मुझे? इतना ही लगता है तो. So that is a different aspect of a question.
There is another perspective which is coming up after pandemic. What we have realized in our area is that many of us have started thinking, even the architects and even the clients have started thinking about going eco-friendly. Now there's a movement which is going on. is just that now bamboo is also going widely. So people are now thinking to get into these structures, and somewhere in near coastal areas, people are quite not really. They're quite fed up of these metal structures because of the corrosion issues and all. So now they want to turn them into structures which are non-corrosive. So what's the option left? Either it is wood or it is bamboo. So I think now those things are really picking up. But it will take time to get into realization. But I think many things are moving ahead.
Yeah,
So,
that's sure. Yes, sure.
Good. I think any more questions? Yeah. Okay. So anybody would like to ask any question to Vaibhav in the forum? Yeah, I think so. And thank you, Vaibhav, for sharing an immense knowledge on different ways of dealing with bamboo. It's quite grounded in terms of building up these structures and a perspective of looking at bamboo, and also your movement towards, and your company also is a Wondergrass, doing I was just referring to the website, and it's quite interesting in terms of how you're looking through bamboo as an entrepreneurship, how to move ahead with one shop's, your statement is one stop shop. So I think that is much needed these days, where you try to implement that material to a soul level, where you really try to substantiate how about its technicality or about its sustainability as well. So I think this entire base of the forum is more related to a very similar scenario, where we are trying to combine architecture, design, and civil engineering, where these fields try to give us an important role, reflect an important role, how we try to implement bamboo as a material.
Yeah.
Good. I think it's not only a material, but it's an opportunity to move ahead for a future. Yeah. So, and then lastly, thank you, Neelam Madam and Vaibhav Kale, to share your experience with us. Yeah.
Bye.
Can I share my some experience regarding bamboo?
For Diwali,
Yes, please, Prashant. Go ahead.
Okay.
I myself, Prashant Date, diploma IT student, passed out in 2012, and my journey started in bamboo in 2016. And I'm so happy that regarding bamboo, the attraction is getting more and more. No attraction is getting low, and many people from India, from all over part of India, getting supported for us for regarding this bamboo sector for the promotion, and we are happy that we are learning many new things on bamboo from Bamboo Society of India. Since from last 1.5 years, there are lots of bamboo webinar are arranged, and many new speaker from this from bamboo we are getting from learning. Thanks BSI team for making such like this bamboo webinar. From this we are getting some motivations from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. It was
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think with this, we conclude the session for today for the architecture design. And so we'll update soon on what's the next webinar on. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.